Okay, we're back with more FF12. I was in the middle of doing hunts. I'm probably going to want to progress the story a little bit here today, even though it's going to lose our guest character. But I'll spend the first couple hours continuing this hunt grind, because I guess it's a pretty significant part of the game. There's a hunt that I'm fighting right now that I don't know if I can pass the DPS check to kill it. I'll try again. It should be in the next room from here. Windtrace Dunes. Not holding my breath to beat it here. I'm also, this is really weird. Last time we played Final Fantasy XII last week, I did not have like any kind of frame jank. The episode before that I did, and I have it back again now. So I don't know what's going on with the performance of this game. Nothing has changed on this machine in terms of like what's running on it. There's something I can adjust in the config. It's not like a deal breaker or anything, but it's still very strange. The fire casts are definitely helping. Do I have any like status effects that I want to try to use here? I don't know. Try slowing it. Looks like that missed. Try casting Fran, because she's the one casting the fire out, which is most of my damage here. I think I should just haste everybody, actually. And Fran's dead. I've seen that coming. I think we established last time that this guy occasionally just, like, starts healing himself for 30% health or something like that. HP sap something that I have the ability to remove right now with my current tools? I think the answer is no. Okay. This is what I was doing last week. Now, does this guy have the ability to repeatedly cast the restore ability, or is it just something it does once, tops itself off, and then tricks you into how much health it has in practice? I don't know if there's anything else super helpful here that I can do, because I'm pretty sure he's just immune to everything, right? Guaranteed to do it once. It's RNG if it does it again. So, okay. I thought Libra was supposed to tell me its, like, weaknesses and stuff. Is there another thing I have to cast to see that? Situation is not great. I don't really have very many ethers to throw around here, unfortunately. Yeah, I have been after casting Libra. Cast it on Ash a couple times here, and it still says question marks. Try activating it again. Some enemies are Libra immune. Right. Question marks. No info. Let's see where it goes if we just go max fast forward. If we just lose eventually, or what happens here. Where Larsa in the base game may have been a little bit more busted, because he could just spam high potions constantly. We've already established that this particular guy is immune to, or weak against fire. So do you have any status effect weaknesses? Everyone's dead except for Bosch. He's too far away. He didn't have any MP to do it. Alright. I don't know if I need to like grind to have a chance to beat this guy or what the deal is, to be honest. Seem to not have enough MP to really mess with him, but I also don't want to leave because he's a weather-based spawn, right? Confuse, blind, and slow. Is blind a green magic spell? I don't think I have that. Oh, there it is. Blind, black magic. Okay, never mind. Oh, fuck. Wait, no, I think we're okay. It's just the autosave was in the previous room. For a second there, I thought the sandstorm was over. I'll try blinding him and see if that makes a difference, I guess. This forces the weather to sandstorm, so you don't have to worry about losing it. I'll give it one more try then, and we'll do some other ones, I guess. This is the right map, right? Yeah, Wind Trace Dunes. I guess that bigger one. Okay, it looks like blind worked. Try slowing it, I guess. Will Confuse actually do anything against this guy? Like, since he doesn't have anything else to kill? He won't attack himself, I assume. Slow doesn't seem to want to land. I don't know if there's just a small chance of succeeding or something. Oh, there it goes. If I put an action for cast blind on enemy, will the computer stop trying to re-blind it if it's already blinded? And same for casting slow. Give it a try. I feel like it probably works that way for virtually everything in the game except steel. Turn this off after this battle, because otherwise she'll cast blind on things that are immune to it. Yeah, I wish you could be like, cast blind as long as it's not immune, right? Because I feel like that would make status effects a lot more useful. If you get into a single pop-up that says immune, the Gambit would stop attempting it. Right? Or if you know that it's immune via Libra or something. Oh, my bad. That was nearest. Making a bit of a difference just to being slowed. There it goes. I'm probably going to ask for hunt status effect weaknesses from now on, at least for any hunts that don't just like melt instantly. But only if the enemy is not immune to Libra. That character needs to have Libra up. On my screen, I'll refresh it. already cast Restore. I just have to hope it doesn't do it again, I guess. Brutus. Just immune to slow now? Maybe I'm just really unlucky here. I assume it doesn't change. Okay, there it goes. Maybe I've just been bad luck. Oh, that's really bad. Probably need to burn some ethers here to have a chance. How difficult are ethers to even get in this game? Is this one of those... they're super expensive in shops or inaccessible in shops and you have to get them from steals, Final Fantasies, or are they a little bit more reasonable to get your hands on? Sword there pretty fast. Tossing ethers at friends seems to be affecting DPS quite a bit there. That was unfortunate. You can buy them at the clan shop? Okay. Are they, like, reasonably priced? Difference. Don't cast Restore, please. Oh, that's dirt cheap. Thank you. To go check the shop pretty soon then. I would change up my strategy quite a bit if I wasn't stuck in this situation right now. Dare cast Restore, I swear to God. My hasting larceny seems to be doing decent damage throughout here. That's nice. This is what the hunts should have been like up to this point. Not want to die. First try, Jesus. Talking about a difficulty spike. Let's get out of here. I kind of like how the quadruple fast forward is like, you know, is your current gambit set up enough to solve this encounter? Yes or no? I don't think she wants to have this on now. I think Fran wants that on. So is it they'll respect immunity if they specifically have Libra on, or only if someone, or does it work if someone in the party has Libra on? Okay, let's hunt down. That was for Balzac, wasn't it? Yeah. Namyensa Sansi, which I think is directly west of where I am right now. Yeah. Wait, that's the Ogier Yensa Sansi. That's a different Sansi. These caverns. Oh my god, it's the complete opposite side of this zone. I think I have one that's in the caverns anyway, so. 2 Sansies. Now, okay, this says somewhere near the Dalmasca Wester Sand. Does that mean that I can't get into the... Did the caverns have multiple exits and multiple different maps? Check the map, I guess. Ogier Yensa. This theme sounds a lot like a Link to the Past song. Looking for these caverns. Still weirded out by the frame rate in this game. Same system, hasn't been restarted. Like I said, there's no applications running. Nothing has changed, but every other time I boot this game, for some reason, it chugs a little bit. And other times it just runs smooth as butter. Cutscene? Fierce sandstorm halts your advance. Worm's nest. Okay. Is it like you're not allowed to go fight it until you've accepted the quest from the board or something? It must be all the way south. Switch off Fran, because she might actually get some steals off roaming around here. I'm breaking the chain. So that connects there. Oh, someone mentioned that last time. I didn't remember that quest was already available. They made Osmos harder to get? That's weird. Seems like that would, if not solve, at least alleviate my MP problems a little bit. Maybe that's why. So I guess you have gambit options for enemy MP totals, don't you? Interesting. Where's the hunt? Oh, never mind. Those are some leaves. Look like a snake from a distance. So, hold on. It just says, it doesn't say the sub-room, does it? Somewhere near the Damaska Wester Sand, so it must be in the previous room, and I missed it? 24 hunts, wow. That's a lot. Do most enemies in this game have some amount of MP? So I would put that gambit on basically everybody to drain MP so long as the enemy has MP. It's super annoying to get to, but it's just in the corner there. I have to be in the map for 5 minutes? Oh my god. 5 minutes of actual time, or does fast forwarding speed that up? Just depends on if it uses the game clock or not. There's not enough enemies in here to justify that. Like, if they kept respawning or something, that'd be one thing. It's such a weird game. Gambit idea is so good, and it works on many. There are many encounters where the gambit system is like well calibrated to work with it. Still would like to see somebody try to make a. So it has to be in like this sunny area here. There it is. I guess the fast forward was counting. Thank God. Let's see if we just win here without having to do anything. No, that's not a great start. This guy kind of hits like a truck a little bit. Is he weak against water? Is any status effects this guy is weak against? Blind and slow again? Okay. She keeps spamming gravity, right? Yeah, I wish... I wish I could do like HP is greater than 99% or something. Like the reason I don't have it as HP is 100 for casting Gravity is that enemies tend to get a hit off before she sees them. So I'd like her to cast it when health is high, but it doesn't help with bosses like this where it's not doing anything. And we're out of that regime now, at least, so that's nice. Really? Thanks for letting me know. Looks like I already got the steel. Now, how does steel work in this game? Do I keep stealing until I get all the items that it has, or when it rolls, does it only have... Like, could I have missed out on the steel permanently if I got, like, the common one? Or is it like FF9 where you can eventually steal everything until it says nothing to steal? What are the steals? It looks like I must have already gotten it since it says nothing to steal. Well, that's not great. Things are going pretty well until now. Just lose status effects all at once, basically. Not work.
That, you know.
It's interesting that you can hot swap characters in mid-combat like this. Not cool. Get out of this room. Blocks are nice. Does he like heal if I go too far away or something? Misunderstood permanently. That sucks. I really liked Final Fantasy IX's approach to steel. It's probably my favorite steel in any Final Fantasy game. It's completely reasonable, totally predictable. It is fully healed. Okay, well, that fucking sucks. Something fierce. At least I can try. Top off everyone's MP here. It's not gonna happen, is it? Kingdom for a tent. I was so close to being dead though, with slow and blind spam. I think the reason I died there was because of Ash repeatedly wasting MP on gravity. That's probably the biggest problem. I want to make sure blind is happening before Aqua. It is, okay. I don't know if it has like an HP critical thing. Is that like 10% health? Yeah, this is as low as we got it last time before we suddenly got our asses kicked. Slow it, please. It must have some kind of HP critical effect, because it suddenly... It just starts sitting like a truck when it gets really low like this. I guess we need it to keep parrying and blocking to have a chance. Does it ignore slow as well? Seems to be wanting to cast blind here for some reason. It's already blinded. I guess it doesn't alternate on its health bar for whatever reason.
Cannot end this.
This is happening. What causes a character to be locked? Is it when they're like currently being targeted or something? Maybe we'll hot swap them before. Horse is pretty good at tanking it while it's alive. Or like a Mega Elixir would be rad. If you guys would hit this guy a little bit, that would be super swell. I don't think this is happening, because every time I get up, I can run away. Let me try this with more MP. Still have to wait 5 minutes for everything to spawn, so... Looks like the fast forward does help with that. Our water mode is good DPS. It's interesting that the Gambit knows the enemy weakness, even though Libra doesn't reveal it. Now, I saw it was water weak, but is a water mote, like, good damage? Now, there are certain games where you can have a consumable item that casts a spell, and that item version of the spell is really bad compared to, like, a trained black mage casting it. It's insta-cast. Okay, I'll give it a try. I'm sure they've got those gambits back on. Drop her gravity one for now. Yakety sacks. Yeah. Give them all a gambit. When does the critical health thing trigger? Is that like 20% health? It stops having an effect lower than 20% because of this monster's special abilities. Yeah, I kind of wish this game was a little bit more public. Like, I feel like the hunts are the most interesting combat content in the game. And it's really unfortunate that, like, Libra doesn't work on them, and some of their special abilities aren't, like, broadcast. Like, that would be a great thing to tell you in the story. Like, watch out, when it gets weak, it gets really fast. Seems like it's just more walkthrough bait, which kind of seems like a common thing in this game. Stop killing Ash. It's rude. You can even see health percentage, right? I have to estimate it. I think maybe now it's in effect. Quaramote. Of many regular aquamotes, do I? Yeah, that did like 356 damage, which your normal hit does like quite a bit more than that. So. Bosch goes down, it's hard to recover fast. Hero's not landing there. Yeah. I don't know. I don't know what the best option is here, fortunately. It looks so close to being dead. They are based on their magic stat. Try. Well, he was the one that cast it before, right? Like, used a Quara mote with him and it did like 350 damage. I guess the fact that it's instant is nice.
You cannot end us.
Come on, guys. I see what you're saying. Keep hitting him. Did I do 1200 that time? Spam Phoenix down people, I guess. Okay, I wasted one there. Lame.
I'm sorry.
Boss attacks nearest, so I can try to like have Larsa tank it basically, since he's the best at avoiding damage. Just dying before Aqua gets off, unfortunately. Does that change at the end of the fight?
You cannot end us.
If I had more Aqua modes, that would be really nice. Try like a bio mote. No, that probably doesn't actually work. Wish I knew how much health that was. That could be thousands of hit points or hundreds of hit points, and I really can't tell, to be honest. Try to turn off Bosch's Protect. It's not doing us any favors here.
You cannot end us.
For yourself. So close to being dead. Just give it to me, game, please. Begging you.
You cannot end us.
Hooray! First try. Jesus. Okay, so that's 2 hunts in a row that have some kind of mechanic that makes it difficult to work with my current setup. Hey, Yukapo, how you doing? So, I have one in the... It's this one, right? Western edge of the Nam Yensa Sansi. So I think I can get there via this cave. So I'm going to try to do that here. Yeah, I feel like this game would benefit a lot from like perfect information. Maybe I can't go this way. Like, I'd love to know what enemy target protocols are. I think I got an autosave when I better have gotten an autosave when I went in this room. That's why I didn't immediately leave in the other direction. Assumption that that was true. Hi, Ben. I get that, like, walking into a random room in a cave and everything being 30 levels higher or whatever is true to the MMO genre, but it feels so strange and off. Step of time defeated. Always dinner o'clock, exactly. Fuck, one of those elementals that just, like, nukes you. Those are also right out of Final Fantasy XI, although they weren't, like, overpowered. There are a lot of elementals that would only spawn during specific outdoor weather. So you would be farming an enemy, and everything would be fine, and then it would start raining, and a water elemental would spawn slightly off screen, and your white mage casting Cure would aggro it, and it would wipe the party. You cross the zone boundary and everything's 30 levels higher thing, Ravanon. I like the idea that sometimes you, like, technically have access to a place, but you're discouraged from going there because the enemies are too strong for you to handle. It's like, oh, the slimes on this side of the wall are 40 times stronger than the slimes on this side of the wall. Trash respawn on top of people that were in the middle of running back. Oh my god. Yeah. I like it better if it was a little bit more... Like, instead of different rooms in the same cave having similar enemies that just have their level jumped up by a ton, like you walk in and you see a dragon and you're like, oh, I probably can't handle a dragon. I don't have to, like, target it to see that it's 20 levels higher than me, right? Why did they even have respawn time? Okay, that's fine. I'm guessing that's something... That's in Burning Crusade, right, Spiky? I wonder when they ditch respawning trash. It gets to a point where your raid lockout remembers that the trash is dead, right? If you come back later in the week. Alright, so we gotta sprint through the Yensa Sand Sea, or the not Yensa Sand Sea to get to the Yensa Sand Sea. kill the boss, all the trash stops respawning. Okay. Yeah, that definitely seems in that game design category of, like, irrelevant until surprise it's not. Which usually raises the question, like, why does this even exist then? Relevant 99% of the time, but 1% of the time, a huge pain in the ass. Does having a high hunt rank get me access to... Oh, this is weird. Oh, this is a dead end. Does having a high hunt rank get me access to, like, higher level, like, license board gear earlier than I'd get it from town progression? Yeah, I'm okay with there being a scary thing in the zone. Like, surprise, there's a dragon there. Don't turn around that corner, right? It's like the giants in Skyrim or whatever. Or the Lionels in Breath of the Wild. I don't know, something about the way this game is structured makes it feel different than that experience running around an MMO or that experience in something like Breath of the Wild. It might be that there's not any real correlation between what an enemy looks like and, like, how big of a threat it is to you, which is fine in a linear JRPG where, you know, you're just kind of going into the JPEG grab bag to figure out what the next mob you're going to fight is going to be. So I don't mind if I turn a corner and a giant yeets me off the map or a dragon burns my face off. But random toad number 23 one-shotting me, it's like, oh, I guess I need to... Whenever I walk into a zone, I need to look at what level they are. I guess also, like, having an indicator over their head would make a big difference for me. Like, if their health bar indicated their threat level, you didn't have to, like, manually target them, because that's... I mean, Final Fantasy XI did that. WoW definitely did that, where, like, enemies would have purple names if they were way outside of your range to be able to fight, right? At least you get a quick visual indicator that these crabs are the nasty crabs. A handful of accessories on the list. Okay, that's cool. I think coloring their health bar based on how hard they're supposed to be would go a really long way for me. Hold up. Yeah, it's so weird. I even have frame drop, or not frame drops, but the frame rate lags on the map screen too. Hey, thank you, Ronin Media. Welcome. Western Edge. Thanks a ton, Ronan. I don't think I've talked to you before. Did you find the channel on YouTube or something? Thank you very much for subscribing. I'll get you your SP multiplier here and shoot you a whisper with info about Subblock to add a game you'd like to see me play. Here's your multiplier. Far Western Edge. One gives float status, immunity to traps. Footsteps don't alert enemies. For enemies that are like, that aggro to sound. Is that the only way to avoid sound aggro in this? There were like 3 different spells in 11. There was, you could cast Invisible, I forget what, Silence. It wasn't called Silence. There was something you could do to make it so you didn't make any sound when you were running around. And then there was one that, what was that all about? Oh, the Chocobo just left, okay. And then there was deodorize, because some enemies aggroed the smell. Oh, super cool. Thank you very much for subbing. Welcome. Glad you're enjoying the RuneScape content. It's going to keep coming for a long time. I'll shoot you a whisper once stream is over, and ask if there's a game you'd like to see me play for about an hour. You wanted to check out, there's a games database link below the channel that has a spreadsheet that has YouTube playlists for all the stuff we've already played. Some details on the voting system. Actually, it should be in the room back here, shouldn't it? And there's an FAQ link if you're curious how anything works. But either way, go application. Good to have you. Thank you. Should be somewhere here, right? So the western edge of the Sand Sea. I guess it could be in the zone north of here. Are there any weather conditions for this one to spawn? It's called Sherall. Scream from the Sky. That's awesome. Got one uploading today, but it's taken a long time to process as HD on YouTube. Chests make me so sad. I like get the opposite of a dopamine hit when I open one in this game. I don't think I've ever had a game where loot actively won me out. I think I found it. Now, this thing might be immune to bleed, which means Ash spamming bleed might be doing nothing. Bleed is a status effect that can't get reapplied, or it doesn't benefit from being reapplied. What are the status effect immunities and weaknesses on this guy? Or I guess what are the weaknesses on this guy? I assume everything's immune to everything. Okay, I think I was meant to fight that one a little bit earlier. Never mind on those questions. Now, hold on. That doesn't seem consistent with... Why was this... I would expect they would get progressively harder the further you get away, like the higher the number, but that does not seem to be the case. Okay. It's sorbet time. We gotta go back to Rabbinaster, which is a hell of a walk, although I think I can pop over to the Tomb of Wraithwall and then warp from there. I'll try that. Either that or cut the raid short. Come on. How do people feel about it in Classic? Like... I imagine, like, given that's part of what you're signing up for, that you're not going to get too many people complaining, but it still sucks, right? Marks have ranks. I don't note that when I inspect them. So it is that. Irrelevant until surprise. It's the inventory limit in Xenoblade Chronicles. No one cares about the inventory limit because you have effectively unlimited inventory until surprise you don't. And now you have to sit here and figure it out for 30 minutes. So how's WoW Classic progressing? Like, if there's eventually going to be a nerf from an upcoming patch, are they stepping through the patches? Will it eventually get nerfed according to the previous nerf that it received? People are just competing to beat it now as early as possible. It's probably true, Ronan. There's that really great WoW Classic video by Dan Olson, Folding Ideas. It kind of talks about where the attention went in WoW Classic, and even it's like down to which zones you choose to play in. Pretty big gulf between like finished content and primarily empty zones. Okay, so I think Balzac was down here. Mm-hmm. Yeah, I like leveling in WoW too. Balzac was in the northwest corner, I think. Shit, okay, hold on. North Sprawl. Yes, but not all the way northwest. Balzac. Moonring. Ice brand. Said the quest to get the serpent skin, I can go turn it in the Dalmasca Easter Sand, is that right? Esther Sand. Weaponsmith and Ravenaster. Okay. Down this way. Someone in the shop, right? Here's your bounty. Elfin bow. Shell shield might be good. I think that means shield made of shell, not like... Oh no, it does mean shield that gives you a shell effect. Okay. Does shell reduce healing from Cura in this game? Or Cura in general? That's pretty standard. Tavern Master. So where are these hunt ranks you're talking about? Mark ranks. They don't seem to show on my clan primer menu, but maybe they're supposed to be somewhere else. I have to go talk to the Final Fantasy Tactics Moogle in order to actually get a hunt rank upgrade, right? Oh my god, Ronan. You're welcome. It's so much better. I'll literally I'll get a delivery and then put it directly into the air fryer. Serpent Eye. Now you just need to buy a bidet attachment for $19.95 on Amazon. And your life will be... Don't think anything matters ultimately. I think that we're all just going to turn to dust and the universe is going to, like, freeze out as the last proton decays one day, but I'll consider my life to have had some meaning if a few people buy bidet attachments that otherwise wouldn't have. And fight the tyranny of big paper. Big toilet paper. Show on the hunt board when you accept the quest. Okay, they probably have more hunts now. We'll go back over there. I'm going to rank up, and I'm going to talk to the vendor, and I'm going to go back and accept hunts. Any new marks? Oh, that's cool. So these are the same things I'd get from the board. So this is the ranking. Rank 5. Thank you. Optimistic nihilisms. What I live for. They're unique and can only be accepted here at the clan. Oh my god, okay. I think I want to have as many of these accepted as possible to limit travel time between them. I feel like travel time between the marks is fairly significant, even with the new teleport stones. Okay, so just so I understand, I can get... All of the hunts in the game are shared between every board except the hunts that are offered by Final Fantasy Tactics Moogle. Right? Like, there are not ever any hunts that are unique to a specific board. There's board hunts and Moogle hunts, and that's it. Yeah, what rank was the snake boss? It wouldn't show me after I had accepted it already. More traps. I want these already. No, he does not sell anything interesting. I just hear I'm benefiting from the lack of sorting. Auto-sorting. Rank 5. That's the hardest one I've seen, I guess. Was the ringworm also rank 5? Bizarre goods. Guilt shield. Cool. Okay, I'm liking that system less and less. I really like the idea of that system. Like, I think if you ported a more robust crafting system out of, I don't know, something like Dragon Quest VIII, and you made it work like that, where it's just, you know, you vendor stuff, and once you've vendored a certain amount of it, then any of those recipes become available for purchase. Comes down to an attention problem for me. It's just that most crafting systems, even if they're interesting and even if they have cool interactions and stuff, they are often more attention than they are worth for payoff, right? Ringworm was rank 3? What? I guess I gotta go do White Moose, which is in the waterways. Google really quick. Final Fantasy XII Zodiac Age inconsistent frame rate. Curious if anyone else has experienced this. Perfect stuttering. Walk around for 3 to 5 minutes, starts to lag. Oh. Buffering VSync. Oh wow, it was kind of outside of my control. It's not going to be the most inspiring story unless if you have a a sugar spouse, a spouse that, or someone else in your life that's able to kind of support your needs, since the world is so fucked up. But yeah, I was working in testing, and everything was going fine. And this is in Ohio, and my wife got a postdoc job in California, and I talked to my boss. And at the time, I was working remotely like 4 out of 5 days per week because there was literally nothing about my job that required me to be in the office. And I was like, hey, my wife's got to move to California. Can I just like keep doing my job from there? And my boss was like, yeah, that's fine. You already work from home anyway. So I did that, and everything was fine for a couple years. And then the CEO of Chase laid off everybody who was working remotely, which I'm sure feels pretty stupid about now with COVID. I thought I could get to the waterway from here. Is this... I feel like I've gone there on accident a couple times. Do I need to like talk to an NPC or something? Do I have another way to access the waterway? So anyway, I got laid off by Chase right when my wife was almost done with her postdoc, because a postdoc in academia is usually a temporary like 2 to 3 year assignment. And it was like, okay, well, do I like go find like another real job for like 3 months in California? Do I sit at home and do nothing? And she was like, you should try to do this stream thing, because other people had recommended that I should do this. There's a contrite thief I have to talk to? Okay. So we tried it, and at first we were like, well, we're going to have to eventually make an income comparable to what you were making at your old job is in project management in order for this to be worth it. But as we were going, the community kind of developed, and my wife's income changed and went up pretty significantly. And our cost of living went down when we moved out of California into Los Alamos, New Mexico. So it's enough hobby income right now to pay for itself. Like, it pays for all the games, and it helps to pay for a couple of our bills. But I don't know that it's something I could recommend for someone to risk everything on. Like, you'd have to have like parents who could support you, or a spouse or partner or significant other or something. I live for a future where more people can pursue this and just kind of like make things and have their basic needs met. I certainly didn't grow up with that. I feel like I've been able to walk into there before. Is it because the hunt is blocking me from going in until I talk to the thief? So I tried to come in here to fight the jelly. I'm basically here for the jelly. Still doesn't let me through there. To talk to somebody else? This game is so weird. I don't understand. Does the clan primer tell me who to talk to here? Why does that door? Okay, it's fine. I didn't even see there was an opposite door. Thank you, Dark Star. Pretty funny bait and switch to pull on my in-laws, though. When I met my wife, I was making more money than her because she was a grad student. I had short hair and glasses, and I worked at a bank. And then after we got married, I lost my job, grew my hair out long, and now I'm a bum who plays video games. It's too late, they already like me. What's the location show here? Southwest corner. What rank is the flan, the pudding enemy? I assume it's pretty high. The long con, the dream. Usually if people ask me what I do, I tell them I'm a homemaker, because if they're going to be weird about me being a homemaker, they're going to be super weird about me doing the streaming thing. But if I tell them I'm a homemaker, and they're like, oh, that's cool, so what do you do? What are your hobbies? And I'll tell them about this. That's really my job at the end of the day, is like homemaker stuff. Okay, I thought these connected more obviously. Some of them do, based on where the stairs are. This waterway doesn't have, there's no, like, water level puzzles to take the different bridges, are there? Are the espers all challenging to get at my current stats? Like, if they're going to be comparably challenging to the hunts that I already did, I might save them for later. Oh my god, I have no idea how to get through here. The map is completely unhelpful. Okay. Water puzzles that aren't map indicated, right? Oh, and parts of the map that I can walk on that aren't. Cool. Oh, your kindness. So I don't think I put as much effort as I could into it. Kind of reached an effort equilibrium, knowing that I'd have to do a whole shitload of external stuff to, like, go viral or whatever, which at this point I don't even think I want. Like, I'm kind of glad that my RuneScape essay thing didn't do very well on the subreddit, because I've seen some of the folks of that subreddit, and I'm not sure I want them, like, invading this small community, right? It's definitely a nice niche, though, and I wish, like, I feel like it's unfortunate that streaming is generally pushed as you better blow up and you better be fucking huge, otherwise why are you bothering, right? Like, there's a big survivor bias problem that every huge streamer is someone that has been selected for already, so they're all going to go to TwitchCon and tell you why you should be working on your branding, working on advertising. But it kind of creates a system where most of your products that you have available to you are like the equivalent of Walmart or Amazon, and aren't really mom and pop shop streamers aren't really viable. Oh, is this like a Malboro Overking? What the fuck? Is this just a random notorious monster, or is this a high-level Malboro? Apparently kick my ass. It's got like a little crown and mustache and everything. I have no idea how to get around here. I've been looking for switches. Where do I go to change the water level or open gates or whatever? It's not marked on the map, right? Is it here maybe? Need a sluice gate key. Okay. How do I get a sluice gate key? This is remarkably more complicated than every other map in the game up to this point, which is fine. I like the idea of complicated maps and like sewer puzzles and stuff, but it's certainly, I guess outside of that weird area that you just have to like take a have to ride a chocobo to cross out of nowhere. It's the reward from killing the white moose. Do I have to come here from a different area then in order to get to it? It's down in the bottom left corner, and I do not see a path to reach it. Like, hold on, I'm gonna see. I'm just gonna Google Final Fantasy 12 White Moose map. Part of it's arbitrary. The big one is that I stopped buying lottery tickets a long time ago, if that makes sense. It doesn't give me a path to get there. It just shows a little circle of where it's supposed to be. Should be accessible from here. Like when I first started streaming in my first year, I used to do all the lottery ticket stuff, like, you know, go on subreddits for games and say, hey, I'm streaming this today, and post about it in Twitter, and like 99% of those shots completely miss. So I'm almost 100% dependent on just like the YouTube algorithm and the like Twitch browse page for individual games for any kind of discovery, because it was too exhausting to constantly like pull the slot machine lever, right? I don't think I can get down there, and I don't have any maps that tell me. I'm gonna see if I can just find like a walkthrough that says how to get there. Hold on. Lost in the pudding. I always do the back one. First visit West Sluice Control Area. No, this just tells me where it is, but it doesn't tell me how to get there. Oh my goodness. How do I get to the part of the waterway where the white moose is? Enter central waterway control through the gate from overflow cloaca. Save at the save crystal. Cannot change the sluice gates. Follow the wall to your right. Here? These have different names. Let's see. Moose bites are nasty. Number 10 channel. Stay on the upper level. And find the path to West Sluice Control. Oh, this is the first place I came. Is there an interactable here that I couldn't find? This is where I just came from. Trigger number 10 channel to West Sluice Control. I'm in the right. I guess this entire area counts as that, though. Maybe there's another way through here that I'm just not seeing. Keep looking. I think I've been down here several times already and gotten stuck. Just wanna die. Put your arms around me, baby. Wait, maybe this is right. This looks productive. Down this way, right? The enemies here level up at some point? Same. Yeah. There's a lot of content creators I like who are a little bit too much for me, even. I also kind of have a complicated setup here with like the voting system and sub-block and all that. And when I first started out, I had like a radio spiel that I would give like once an hour. It's like, hey, this is what my deal is. This is the stuff I like. This is what the channel's about. And even that started to get kind of exhausting because, like, you know, you're saying it in the hope that you've got walk-ins that are listening, and meanwhile your regulars have heard this a million times. I guess, like, I watch Cracking the Cryptic, and he'll explain, like, that the digits 1 to 9 add up to 45, and he'll say that in every video, and I don't ever get tired of it. But in my mind, I'm like, oh my god, everyone's heard this before. No one's actually paying attention, no one cares, so... kind of pivoted to focusing more on, like, existing community maintenance versus explosive growth. But I will take 100% of the responsibility for it. Like, part of it is randomness, part of it is, like, did the algorithm favor you? Did you post a video at just the right time about just the right topic that everyone was Googling? But I also made the conscious effort to not bother because it was too much stress for me. It just ultimately wasn't worth it. Time spent versus average payoff wasn't worth it. I've actually given a couple panels on this topic. Maybe I can dig them up here while we auto-attack this Fawn to death. I did one at PAX and one at TwitchCon. PAX one is probably a more thorough... PAX. Yeah. Here, if you want like our content on this subject, enjoy. Yeah, that's a... Oh, at some point I got stuck in flee mode, and I don't know why. I didn't press anything to do that. I don't think I did. Nope. Oh, I'm gonna die.
I can't.
Womp womp. Alright. Make tier list videos, instant fame. Yeah, there's, I think it's still true that over a third of my followers are from a period when I had Super Smash Bros. For the 3DS. I had a 3DS capture card, which is still kind of a pain in the ass to come by. And I would play that 1 day per week. And like play Smash Brothers with viewers, right? And a third of my followers were from just focusing on Smash Brothers once a week as a way to grow. And I don't think I have a single regular who discovered the channel through Smash Brothers. They were loyal to Smash Brothers and like finding people to play against. They were streamers. They weren't really loyal to the channel format or anything. I had some decent growth back when it was not super popular to stream Mario Maker, to like play viewer submitted levels. We had a couple people that came here from sharing their levels from Mario Maker. Press whatever key is bound to flee in the process of digging up that YouTube video. Maybe on the keyboard, but I've got like 3 different computers here, so I dug up the video on a different monitor, a different machine. I mean, it may have been the Dark Souls issue where you like set down your controller and you set it down on the trigger button and it presses R2 and kills the blacksmith. But I thought I'd set it down. But anyway, my point was going to be that like the math of the platform heavily favors sticking to a single game. And I talk about that a lot in that PAX talk that I just linked. The trade-off ends up being that a lot of single game streamers and content creators feel like they've got golden handcuffs. They're tied to whatever that game is. I'm gonna run around real quick and try to get my MP back before we fight this thing. Oh, interesting. Was that on YouTube, Doombob? Or Twitch? There's definitely like there's a lot of selective pressure for success on platforms like Twitch and YouTube. And unfortunately, like the system kind of has initial starting conditions that are maybe arbitrary, like if you re-simulated the universe several times over and a service like Twitch rose up, maybe it wouldn't slightly favor single game streamers on its initial conception, right? But like as the years go on, that goes from being a like minor ecological niche that organisms are evolving in, and like the organisms start reinforcing it. Like Twitch itself starts only inviting single game streamers to give talks, and right, all the advice starts saying, you know, this is the way it ought to be. And you get kind of this is-ought problem where instead of people going, hey, maybe this isn't the way it should be, well, it's the way it is, so should plan for the way it is. Awesome. I feel like my best decision was loading all my VODs to YouTube. That's another big problem with doing variety, is that like you expose yourself to the audience for a game for such a super brief window of time. For every Walter who happened to tune in while I was streaming Crosscode live, like there are 100 Walters that probably like Crosscode that weren't, you know, searching Twitch when I happened to be playing it. So that's an advantage of just like speedrunning Ocarina of Time over and over, because everybody who likes Ocarina of Time is eventually going to find you, right? It's like the phenomenon when you're in like an online dating community like OkCupid or Tinder or whatever, and after you've been in there for a couple months, you start to kind of see the same faces. This guy sucks. Does this guy have any HP contingent shit that he does? Let me try casting. I haven't really done this at all, and I don't know if it's even worth it. Oh, does this interrupt combat when you do a summon? Well, that was... I guess maybe I have to do that immediately because she has to stay alive the whole time. God. This thing must have some kind of like health. So okay, what are the status weaknesses on this mark, if any? Well, I tried. I silence it. Just streaming swipe app. Blind, confuse, and sleep. Okay. Sleep sounds like it's useless. Confuse is useless. Those both get broken by attacking it. Does magic damage wake up a sleeping foe in this? I guess I could try to fuck with everybody's gambits so that they don't attack it while it's asleep and just mash spells on it for free. So that would be a fun, talking about like a gambit puzzle game, that would be a cool one. Oh, it can be berserked, which maybe is good because it looks like it tends to cast spells on everybody. Oh, no one's put it on subblock, but it is on the voting spreadsheet, Ronan, so it's complicated, but if a game is on the voting spreadsheet, it costs a certain amount of currency based on how long it is, and if it's also featured on subblock or we play it on stream for any reason, that discounts the cost to vote for it. So if you wanted to put New Vegas on there, I would love to play New Vegas. I've never played it before, but it will also make New Vegas cheaper to vote for, so we can play it until we beat it. If that's what you'd like to do, just let me know. Shoot me a whisper or ping me on Discord. I'll get you set up. I'd like to save after these Malboros are dead. How does the zone transition autosave work? Does it remember if all the mobs are dead in a zone? I'm wondering if I can leave the room and walk right back in so these guys won't be here when I come back. I have a feeling I'm going to like New Vegas as much as I didn't like Fallout 3. I've heard really, really good things about it. Oh, these guys are respawning. So we've got an elemental here. Is it like a crazy high level one? No. There's just a chance that that elemental would spawn. Turn gravity back on for Ash here. Oh, she already has it. Horizon Zero Dawn feels inspired by New Vegas. I really liked Horizon Zero Dawn, so that's exciting to hear. Oh my god, it really likes to silence us, doesn't it? Makes sense. You get her silence immunity or something. I don't hate it, it's just... It's like shallow open world gameplay. I have the same opinion of a lot of, like, games that I think were, you know, more important than they are good, or more important than they've endured, or aged, or whatever. I feel the same way about Skyrim, and about most, like, Grand Theft Auto open world games that I've played. Oh my god, I'm just gonna die, aren't I? Well... Elemental's kicking my ass here. There's a VR world with water purification. I guess Fallout 3 feels, for lack of a better word, shallow to me in a way that's difficult for me to really elucidate. And I feel almost the same way about Skyrim. I didn't hate playing Skyrim, but it kind of feels more like a literal sandbox. You're supposed to kind of make your own story and make your own game in it, like a Minecraft kind of game. I guess the number of open world games that I've felt really connected to is kind of small. Like Breath of the Wild is one that worked for me. Horizon Zero Dawn is one that worked for me. Those games felt strongly they really leaned into the player freedom aspect. And there was a lot of what felt like non-degenerate content. content degeneracy is maybe what it is. That I can like see the Matrix, for lack of a better word, in a game like Fallout, where I don't feel like this is an actual unique quest that I'm doing, or this is a unique boss that I'm fighting, or this is just, you know, vault number 272. Sometimes literally vault number 272. And they justify it by throwing a little bit of dialogue on there, but it kind of feels like a World of Warcraft quest, where you can see that it just kind of breaks down into get 10 boar asses, versus something like Fallout 1 and 2 that has a bunch of really like crazy quests and variable areas. Every quest feels like it has a purpose. Yeah. Thank you, Walter. I need to kill this. I shouldn't have left the room and come back, because now this elemental is here and I can't get it to go away. Can I buy these elemental motes somewhere? I haven't noticed if shops sell them. If they do, I've been ignoring them, so I think I had some fire motes. I don't know if this is gonna work. I guess Fran just has to heal herself repeatedly to not die. Only lasts a certain amount of time, it looks like. Drop only, but you can get them all over. It is, yeah. Wait, it says it is. Doesn't it say weak to fire there? She's been casting Fira on it. Now it says immune. Yeah, I'm making sure I'm not crazy. Whatever my main shot is damaging it, unfortunately. Can I dispel that? I don't think I can see that on its bar there, can I? Must be why it keeps killing me. I didn't realize I still have Vaughn at this party. Let them kill me, I guess. I think I made a huge mistake by triggering the autosave with that elemental in the room. Can I despawn the elemental by, like, doing another zone further away, basically? Seeing it seems like it's harder than the moose enemy. I wonder if I can silence it. I'll try that. 2 zones away to despawn. Oh, right, that's my autosave. Jesus. Actually made it through a stack of 99 Phoenix Downs. It's kind of impressive. God, it's a waste. Yeah, I think it... Oh no, it's still back there. I basically need to have full resources here. The whole you regenerate MP while moving thing is such an interesting choice, because, like, it's somewhat trivial to just find a place where you're safe and run back and forth. This is the sort of thing, something has no cost other than time, and it doesn't provide a challenge or a choice, right? It's a spawn reset. Okay, maybe I can just try to avoid it here. I guess I don't know what the alternative is. Like, I think it's probably an iterative decision, right? They probably made it so that you have to run around in circles in order for the MP region to happen, so that you can't just stand still and top yourself off. Because standing still was an even worse problem. There you go. And then New Vegas, I don't know how much it costs, but you can vote a number of times equal to your SP total. And you can type exclamation point SP to see how much you have. I wish I could save after doing all this running around. Might try to leave the room really fast. Just hope we don't get another... I can just keep spamming the zone boundary and hope that there's no elemental, right? Fuck, not another elemental. Looking better. I wanted to save the amount of MP that I had there, which is why I kept doing that. Probably isn't going to cut it though. Oh, never mind. There's one. Can't go past it because the Malboros are aggroing me regardless, right? I hate this. I wonder if I can open the door from the other side there. I don't think it connects though. If I can get over to that save point, I could pull up on health. Try that. How much does New Vegas cost to vote for? I forget how long that game is. This is good. I'll use this save point. And then maybe I'm far enough away. Hey, first try. Oh, so you were just short of being able to do 3 votes. Okay. You accrue SP every 5 minutes, so you'll get another chance to vote for it again. And you get some at Go Live and sign off. And you can get some from timestamping videos on YouTube if that's interesting. There's some details on that in the FAQ. Slowly but surely. Okay. Let me try... You said I can't silence this thing, but I can berserk it. And I can... something else, right? Sorry, I'm trying to find. Blind, Confuse, and Sleep. Blind is probably useless because it casts spells. Bacchus Wine is Berserk. What kind of magic is Berserk otherwise? I do have some of those. Oh, it said immune. So I thought it did. Oh no, it happened again. They all got stuck on fleeing for no reason. Is that like an attack they can do, maybe? Green magic spell. It might just be that I can't kill this thing right now. I wish I could warp to it. That would make me much happier. Time Magic 7 license, which I don't think I have yet. try to pull these guys maybe before it spawns. If that's the thing I can get away with here. Or I can try to pull it back once it spawns. What's the targeting priority on this guy? You just confirm that it said immune for Bacchus's wine here. Oh, that time it worked. Okay, cool. Kill the Malboro. Ash, stop casting gravity. Do literally anything else. Try bleed. I don't think I've seen bleed work on any enemies so far. Well, that said miss instead of immune, so maybe that works? I feel like something like bleed is such a bad value prospect in the first place that it should just work. Let's see how things go if it's already berserked and summon in Elias. Well, you tried. I guess maybe if I do that sooner, it'll be enough. I think berserking it is definitely necessary, but the problem is there's just too much other bullshit out here, right? Let's see if they kill the ads. Is Berserk a permanent status effect, or does it wear off eventually on its own? Try dispelling... Oh, let me finish casting Kira first. Shell from it. It is not permanent. Good to know. Ad is being very bad. I might need to go stop him from whatever he's doing here. Nope, we're super dead. I think I would be able to beat it if I didn't have all these other ads. I don't know if I can deal with the ads though. Let me go stop my cat from being bad 1 second. Imagine in Final Fantasy X, when Yuna summons Bahamut, the enemy can just choose to smack Yuna, and then you just die. So me putting it on Fran is probably not a good decision. Trying to think. I could just abandon this and come back later, but this is part of what I enjoyed about this game when I played it 15 years ago. I remembered like having hard fights like this and trying to like slow things down and figure it out and barely make it work. But this might not be enough. I can shrink my party, right? I can intentionally shrink the size of my party, although I can't make Larsa go away. My thought is that way I can make sure that I can pull the guy back away from where the ads are going to spawn in. Did you have 2 characters LP boards reallocated? I guess if Larsa dies, then he'll come back here. Okay, cool. Turn this corner. LOS you. Don't do that. Okay, now let's try and see what happens if I summon. Like as enemies or as summons, they're buffed. Don't back up into the exit, Fran. Please. How do they buff them? Can I heal Belias? Okay, yes. I see it has a health total, but I was curious if it was going to block me. Does it eventually do like a super move if it's alive for long enough? Like, will Hellfire end the summon if I activate it? It's cool that it still behaves according to gambits. It's kind of fun. Well, that's cool. Should have cast Hellfire there. I might have won. Alright, I think I can beat this then if I stay in this corner. Whoa! Why did it... Regained a bunch of health there. That sucks. Oh, and now there's an elemental that aggroed? Oh, man. That sucks. Let's just try that again and heal better. Why did it de-aggro, though? Like, it wasn't... It was right next to the allies there. Quirk of summoning, maybe? Let me get it in this corner again. Trying to have Ash haste Fran so she can heal faster. And then we'll have Bosch. She's already protected, so that doesn't really help me too much. Have Larsa Bacchus the thing. Basically, yeah, although Kingdom Hearts kind of gets to a point where, like, it's entirely its own thing, and the Disney and Final Fantasy stuff is just, like, window dressing. Oh, what does Bubble do? I'll try that if I die here. Well, that seems pretty good. Why does it sometimes hit me a bunch of times? Figure out why it picks one aggro regime versus the other. It's too bad that it recovers health so fast when it de-aggros too. And more important that I keep Fran topped off here, because the summon ends if she dies. But I can reserve the option to Hellfire. Double attack is going to screw me here, though. I assume it's all the healing that's the reason Fran is perpetually aggroed right now. Might have to bail and cast Hellfire soon, but I'm worried it's going to de-aggro if I do. Oh, there we go. Nice. Is it going to de-aggro? If it does, we lose. That time it didn't, for apparently no reason. Cool. Oh wait, it is about to de-aggro, isn't it? Let me, Nope, so much for that. Okay, I think we have to kill it before the summon ends, or this isn't happening. That's cool, though. We're getting kind of close. Oh, but I think I get aggroed by that water elemental once the summon ends, no matter what. Okay. Oh, shit. I shouldn't have done that. Shit, shit, shit. Oh, I think I just fucked it up, because I think that... Yeah, I totally just fucked that up. By zoning, I changed the autosave, so I can't pick up the autosave where I was able to pull it safely. Alright, well, hold on. I think I can just go back to the save crystal and try to do that again. Does Fran get a full Esper bar from the save crystal? Hope so. I think what I can do... Fran can just barely not out-heal. Can she cast Fyra on Belias? Does Belias, like, heal, absorb fire damage? I'll try this bubble thing. Maybe that'll make kind of a difference here. I don't know if it's going to last long enough, but we'll see. A Reflect might save the day on this guy, assuming that he takes damage. It's not like immune to or absorbs ice. Oh shit, that used up all my Bacchus's wines. Alright, well, we'll have to beat it in this attempt here, or it's going to be bad news bears. I think I might have a crystal save that I could load back to where I have all 3 Bacchus's wines. So I'll do that, worst case scenario. Push me out of the map, dude. Thank you. Keep it up, Elias. You can do this. Try casting fire on him and see what happens. That says all foes in range, so I would accidentally hit myself with it, wouldn't I? He's just immune, he doesn't heal from it. Okay, good to know. I think the bubble might be enough to make the difference. Fingers crossed. If I could just out-heal him, I would win eventually from Pain Flare cast. Can you not triple cast that, dude? Elias is about to die, that's when I'll pop Hellfire. Oh, Jesus Christ. He's about to die. Like right now, he's gonna die, I think. Because the computer decided to hit him 5 times there in a row. There's a chance for that to happen every time. I think it's game over then. It's unfortunate. Yeah, I don't know what's happening now. Oh. I haven't played New World. I'm suspicious of Amazon Gaming, and I guess suspicious of the product itself, from what little I've heard about it. I think this is the one. This is why we make multiple save slots. Attempt number 9 or something, I don't know. Pretty sure we can beat this thing. It was originally built to be like a Rust type game, right? And then they pivoted to make it an MMO late. And it has a lot of problems. Like everything is trust the client instead of trusting the server, which is like not the way MMOs have worked for actual decades. Maybe I can get some more damage in if I have Bosch drop shell from it. I think I can do with the spell, and then let's have her start by berserking it. And then haste, Fran, and then bubble Fran, and then we'll try this again. Whoa. Oh, Dispel removed Berserk? God damn it. Oh. I might have to try this one more time, but I think I only need 2 Bacchus's Wines for this to work. Bacchus's Wine, something I can get as a lucky drop. It looks like it happened to fail there. So I have to save outside the room now. I need to get the stars to align to kill this stupid thing. It looks like it's pretty important because it opens up where I'm allowed to go in here, huh? So, Bosch Ash. Bosch has to cast the spell first before we do anything else. I guess Ash can haste Fran, and Larsa can bubble Fran. Now I should be able to Bacchus it. Now we summon this. Oh, cool, yeah, I've heard lots of good things about Cities Skylines. I haven't actually played it. Definitely dispelling the shell was a good decision. I wish more status effects displayed, because I think it was always shelled before, but I couldn't tell that it was shelled because of the Berserk. Just Berserk. This is going to come down to RNG of who it chooses to target and whether it does 5 hits in a row, right? It would be really annoying. I think we would have won that last time if it hadn't hit Goliath. If it had even hit Goliath 4 times, it would have been okay. Stop it. All enemies get like some kind of inherent ability to attack more when they're like desperate on health or something. Uh-oh. So that activates almost instantly, close to instantly. And he's not already dead when I go to proc it. 200 damage. Doesn't look like it did anything. Unless if I'm just confused. Its health looks like it's in the exact same spot it was in. Fran, you're gonna have to finish this off. Back up so far here that you trigger the ads, please. Looks like fire is doing less and less damage. I don't think it does the full amount. Come on, we're so close. I just want to finish this thing off for the love of God. 2 or 3 more casts, maybe?
I have failed.
I think it's just straight up hitting harder now, too.
It cannot end this.
Elder Scrolls 1? It's a good question. I feel that way about parts of Final Fantasy XIV. I think, like, parts of it are one of the best MMOs ever made from, like, a streamlined perspective, and parts of it are just, like, they really gotta spend an entire developer cycle making this game more accessible to new players.
I'm sorry.
It's kind of de-aggro, isn't it? Oh my god. I'm so close. Just let me kill the thing, for Christ's sake. Is it still alive? It's still alive after all that. It's so close to being dead. Oh, this is absolutely killing me. Now we got a Malboro link, I think. Do not cast Cure, Fran. Cast Fire one more time, for the love of God.
I failed.
It has no health. Only I got that off in time. I didn't look like it.
I can't.
Nope, not getting it off in time. I think it had like less than 100 HP left. It's just, I'm getting really unlucky in the Belias phase. It's hitting it too many times. I should have had this a couple attempts ago, but... That's true. I think that's what makes RuneScape unusual, honestly, that most activities are necessary in some way, like... Oh, shit. Most MMOs are, there's multiple paths to the same destination, and most things are optional, right?
I'm going to get my booster.
Okay,
You want a double order breadsticks?
sure.
Yeah. And I fed the kitties, don't let them make the other ones.
Thank you.
I'll be back.
So I think that's a bug rather than a feature for a lot of people who play video games. Like, people like to feel like they don't have to interact with everything and just pick the one that they want, but it depends on what kind of a player you are, I guess, at the end of the day. This thing must have something that makes it stronger at low health, because it's hit me for like 800 at low health and like 400 otherwise. Kind of frustrating. I guess I could try to blind it. I haven't tried that. You said it is weak against blind, which makes more sense if it's been berserked. Top people off here. Tap number 10 or something ridiculous. Approach it as a JRPG first and an MMO second, yeah. I think if you're playing Final Fantasy XIV as a single-player game, you're going to have more fun with it. I was unfortunately trying to play it with friends, and it doesn't really lend itself super well to that. Until all your friends are all caught up to the end game, and there's just mechanic stuff to do. Let's try blinding it. See how much of a difference that makes. Miss. But I love the music. Yeah, don't take that as me throwing shade on 14. I think it's a really, 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 really good game. It's a very solid Final Fantasy. It's got some excellent fight design, some of my favorite MMO bosses, because they just focus so hard on streamlining. It's one of the most sight-readable games I've ever played in the MMO space. That's a big kind of hit on RuneScape, because RuneScape is not sight-readable at all. Very much a wiki-based game. It can be blinded, right? That doesn't mean it's weak against blind. Finally, okay, cool. Maybe that will change things enough that it'll make a difference. Hopefully maybe I can just catch up on health here. Perhaps this will finally be the run that I kill this jelly that I've been fighting for like an hour. Yeah, I think it's a strength of Final Fantasy XIV, the duty system, like the instances pair you with people automatically, and that like the game is pretty it's not like face roll, but it's in that territory where like two people can be really bad and you can still succeed even with two people not being very good at the game. Man, that sucks. Like, Berserk keeps dropping off, and I can't tell because it's got all these other effects on it. Just somebody, like, keep Fran topped off. That's all I'm asking for you. Spam cures on her so that she can fire this thing to death slowly. The difference in the damage I deal and the damage they deal is like night and day. It's super frustrating. Oh, you know, I guess she has a gambit that isn't ever going to trigger, is it? Don't push me out of the zone. I'm legit worried that Fran's just going to naturally back up to the zone boundary. 14 assumes you're an MMO baby. First try. Oh my god, that was extremely rough. So I have to go somewhere to fix that key. Was that my own? That was, what rank was that hunt? Was that even a rank 5 hunt? I feel like that was pretty heavily RNG. Until I decided to change strategies and cast blind on it. I should have done that sooner. Sped things up a little bit, but... I mentioned wanting to do a plot boss. Am I ever going to get another guest character in the main story of this game?
Marstead. Where?
Yeah.
Where? First try.
Exactly. Because if Lars is the last guest character, I just want to say, is it possible for me to return to side questing again later? I kind of wish your Centurio rank was based on the added up, like, ranks of the hunts that you've completed versus the, like, just count of hunts completed. This was the worst. There we go. Stop by an item shop and buy a bunch of Phoenix Down. Just buy a bunch of things in general, I think would be a good idea. Okay. Key obtained. But it's broken, so I have to take it to somebody to fix it. Maybe I fix it by turning in the quest to the Moogle. We have to call it a cloaca? I'm looking for, I want to say, is a Moogle in front of the airship area, maybe? Down at the bottom by the Wester Sand? Question mark? Yeah. Oh, but this doesn't connect there, which I didn't realize. I think even if they put that fast forward thing in like a menu somewhere, if it wasn't just a trivial button that I could press. Tap left bumper to... Frame skip on an emulator. Okay, Moogle is going to repair the ring. Wonderful. Burning bow. Keep getting bow upgrades, and I abandoned the bow. Okay, cool. So that's a completed hunt, which means I might be able to get a hunt rank upgrade, which means I might be able to buy teleport stones. Pretty much don't exclusively drink Diet Coke. I'm fortunate that my parents only had diet soda in the house growing up, because as a result, regular soda is way too sugary for me. I can feel it on my teeth. But if I drank as much, like, sugary soda as I drink diet soda, I would probably be, like, 700 pounds. I can fully explore the waterways now. Hooray! Yay. Probably gonna die of phenylalanine poisoning. And I have permanent tachycardia from just having too much caffeine all the time. Yo! Ward of Justice. Got all those marks accepted. I feel like the Espers are such an interesting choice. Like, I guess maybe there's a situation where they don't just solve the problem, but it's like you have this entire different math regime in your game. You have these encounters that are really difficult and balanced around like setting your gambits in very specific ways and grinding in very specific ways and having very specific sets of gear. Or you just summon Belias and he murders it. And it's fine. And it's like 4 times as effective as not doing that, right? And now he sells ethers. That's very exciting. I mean, I probably need to get fewer than 99 so I can still get them from cages and stuff, but... Cause an ally to be the target of all foes. It's like a tanking spell? That's kind of cool. See if drain's any good as well. Alright, well, I didn't get teleport stones, which was my reason for focusing on hunts for a while there. But I did get ethers. And I think that kind of makes me want to just make a gambit for ethers. And I'll just try to remember to come back here and buy them again. This is the only shop. There aren't like clan shops in other towns, right? It's only in Rabanastre proper. Well, I'm gonna say I should probably try using charge before I use an ether, but is there something lower than MP? 10%? No, it's as low as it goes. You see how quickly I burn through them here. Self, MP, ether. And I can get away with putting those towards the bottom of the gambit list because they won't be able to cast these other things if they still have MP. Okay. I feel like it's good practice to try to put stuff as close to the bottom as you can get away with without it breaking whatever you're trying to do. I have 21 stones now. That's probably going to last me long enough to not worry about it too much. Alright. You have your graceful set yet? Bye, Larsa. I don't think I ended up getting very many license points from that grind. I mean, I killed some enemies in the area, but the main focus was just running from hunt to hunt, and each hunt only gives you like 10 LP. Check really quick. Oh, I actually have way more than I thought I did. Alright, well, let's definitely spend these then. last gambit slot. God, I wish I had access to Protectica right now. That would make me so happy. I just want to have them within range so I can pick them up. Drain would be nice, because then I can actually do damage. Are there any enemies that are immune to Drain in this game? Like, do Undead do the opposite of Drain like they do in some other Final Fantasies? Stamp. Oh, you know, since I picked up that Ether thing, now's a good time to pick up all the Ether lore upgrades. Which I don't know how many of those are on the board. Might even already have the first one. There it is. My kingdom to control F this board. Swiftness would be nice to try to grab. Spellbreaker. Magic Potency, Battle Lore, Magic Lore. Ether Lore 2 might be as high as we get. Let's definitely go for Swiftness. Seems like you want that early on every character if you can. Usually not a max HP guy, but seems pretty good in this game. Mostly because most of these nodes are like not helpful by themselves. You need to also have the equipment for them to do anything, you know? I checked the Bushi board, but I haven't actually found any of these items yet, unfortunately. Unleash an attack only available when blind, which is such a cool, flavorful idea. I wonder whether it's actually any good. Battle lore. Try to get more points of battle lore just in general. 435 HP. Oh, and another swiftness. Cool. Okay, I might try to pick this up. I need like 250 to do anything with it. Alright, and let's look at the Time Mage board. I already got swiftness from here. I don't have most of these. Start picking up the gambit slots. I just want everyone to have all their gambit slots. It's attack, so I don't have to think as much. There's another swiftness all the way down there. And a channeling. Virology. Virology seems kind of bad. Eight HP critical abilities, but doesn't work against anything that it would be interesting for it to work on. Fair enough. Thanks for confirming that. Staves. All the spells I'm gonna get for now, I think. Magic Potency would be good for her. Oh, really? Because it'll kill the ultra high level regular mobs for you. War Mage is probably a good idea to have. Is that a cheesy way to grind? I do want the golden amulet, so I pick that up there. These ether lures from the people that are actually using ethers. Do I have ether lore 1 already? I don't even know where it is. Probably not on that side. Let's work our way down. There's 2 swiftness nodes down here. Oh, Ether Lord 3. Nice. And Gambit slots. Okay. I see where I want to put these. Just keep doing foes with certain elemental weaknesses, right? I guess let me check what the spell is first. So I already have... I don't have Thunder. Lightning vulnerable. Oh, we want lightning weak, right? Weak means that they actually take extra damage from it. Vulnerable means that they're just not resistant to it. I have Blizzara or anything else from these guys. Okay. Bosch has a new one. I want this Asuna to run significantly later, but do foe status and then try to get a dispel off. I'm trying to think what's the most important thing for me to dispel. Haste, probably. Don't really see enemies casting haste a lot, so that's probably not the best idea to spend a point on, but we'll see, I guess. Keep this off when we're not fighting a boss that's weak against it. I wish that there were gambits for weak against status effect. That would be so cool. Like, I would get so much value out of that, I feel like. I wish there was a modifier you could put on a gambit that said, if you just tried this and it didn't work, skip this, right? For the rest, for as long as you're fighting this enemy. I have all these gambit slots and I don't really have anything I want to spend them on. I guess she can be my item burner. My status KO. Yeah, I feel like it almost doesn't make sense for Bosch to be raising people. Because it's kind of using up his MP and he could be casting Cura. So I might actually want to kill that. If I have multiple people that all have ally status KO Phoenix down, will only one of them proc it, or will they both attempt to res them at the same time, potentially wasting an item? It reminds me, I have to go to an item shop and buy more of these. I don't know if I have any close ones. Because I can just do it the next time I get to an area. Status KO. Phoenix down. Let's do burn ethers, I guess. High ether. What was up with the super strong enemies in the Garamscythe waterway? Was it just plot progress that made everything there harder? I feel like I was in that dungeon much earlier in the game, and the enemies were pretty weak compared to this area. Great Malboro. Malboros in this game are so little. Dire Sea. Yeah, so this is a thing that I would expect to be difficult, because it's a big T-Rex, but it was only level 28 and it died faster than some of the Malboros. I was talking earlier about like walking into a zone and not being super pumped about the fact that frog number 278 is 30 levels higher than frog number 22 in the previous screen. Down this rift, you'll find the Holy Mountain. Let's guide your path. One of you guys be a shopkeeper, please? Doesn't look like it. Hey, more Mandragora texture swaps. Happy to be back on the level 2 fast forward. The level 4 was too much. But I could not do it when we were just running around maps we'd already been to.
Empires parade down city streets while refugees walk barefoot through the snow.
And so I sue for peace, to stop short war and ease their suffering. My father will choose peace.
Will he now? You sound sure of yourself. You can never know another, even your father.
Don't take it the wrong way, Kay?
Grunty.
This crisis would not end were I gone. The Senate hates the very fact that House Solidor exists. By
I
necessity,
really feel like the hunt
we must find reason
gameplay
to
is in
silence them.
tension with the story.
Necessity? Ah, yes, necessity. Does that word free you, I wonder? You show no hesitation to solve matters with blood.
The sword of House Solidor cannot be left to rust in doubt. It was you, Excellency, who tempered that sword.
Is this your idea of vengeance?
Better hurry.
It is my idea of necessity.
I think I'd like it better if the hunts were like, if like Vaughn was
If we
a
do not
monster
act
hunter.
now, it is not only our future you imperil.
And that he kind of gets
So,
through hunting
you would
monsters,
dirty
gets
your
embroiled in
hands
this, like
to
The
keep
Witcher or
his
something, I guess.
clean.
My hands are stained with blood. I see little reason to stay them now.
So they are. And so House Solidor lives on.
It's cool. I like that stuff. It's weird because I basically never mind games that have lots of side content that's like, you know, able to be done while the story is like super urgent or whatever, right? Like, who cares? It's a video game, it's an abstraction. Consider the gameplay and side quest elements, like when the characters break into song in a musical. It might just be because it feels like the hunts are so significant and important to the identity of this game that I feel like if you talk to somebody and they're like, hey, I played Final Fantasy 12, I'm like, oh, what'd you think of the hunts? And they're like, what hunts? Like, seriously? You never did any hunts? And they're like, no, I didn't know that was a thing. You'd be like, oh, you didn't really play the game then, right? As much as I love like Chocobo Hot and Cold and Final Fantasy 9 and how it gates a whole bunch of content and items and fun things, like I guess if you were to skip it, I don't feel like you would be missing out on a huge important part of what the experience of playing Final Fantasy 9 is, right? Drop. Ooh. Hell yes. I'm delighted. High potions. Probably just want to max out. Probably all cheap enough that I can just buy them all. Let me see what I can sell first, I guess. Don't sell the serpent skin. Could probably just go do that quest, but struggling enough on the hunts. I'm sure that the Esper fights are gonna be tough right now. Oh, I get like comically more money from just running around killing random bullshit than I do from like completing these hunts. Like I would expect that that would be the main way to make a profit. Hey, 3 Bacchus's wines. It's actually pretty good if we get another spellcasting enemy. It's not immune to it. I think I want at least one of each of the status effect immunity thingamajigs. I already ended up buying like 50 of all of these, right? That's probably more than enough. Kiraga is a single target heal. Okay. Darkra. Darkra is not black magic? What's arcane magic? Is that like a different class or something? So, a couple changes here. I want Blizzara instead. And I think now we want to have 2 things for healing. I don't have one that's like allies, do I? Yeah. Can only target individual allies. I like just throwing out Cura, but I guess I can have one that's like if someone's really in trouble. Let's see. Change this to ally status silence and just burn through echo herbs. It's faster anyway. And that'll remove it from himself. And I can reclaim one here. So ally HP less than 20%. Probably be dead by the time I get the Kiraga cast off, but and I got Berserk, which is for like faux MP above value. No. Oh man, I feel like specific HP values aren't cool, but specific MP values might be. They would just keep trying to cast Berserk. Alright, I'm just not going to worry about it. Stocked back up on Phoenix Downs. I might be able to get Murasami, but... Are all katanas two-handed? Actually, this is a bunch of upgrades. Okay. I might have to grind for money soon. So... Licenses. Bushi. I feel like him having a shield has been pretty important so far, but see if that makes a difference here. Yes, thank you. For is there not a new gun for sale? She already has Beetlejuice. Betelgeuse. Chanter's Habit. Heavy Armor 5 would be upgrades. Maybe these aren't as big of upgrades as I thought they were. The weapons are, though. Warp point. Fantastic. Sure. I think there's a lot of quality of life features that this game could have that would make me like it a lot more. Like, if I was in a shop and I wanted to buy something and the item was on a character's license board or currently available to be unlocked on their license board, and they had enough LP to unlock it, and there was an option to like buy and unlock license, like, I know it's not a huge deal, but just like the fact that shopping in this game is, I have to think about, okay, can they actually use that? Do they have a license board that allows them to even equip it at all in the first place? If they do, is that node available? If they do I have enough LP to unlock it? And then I have to like go to the license board and I have to find the license. I guess what you do is you just grind for long enough that you unlock all of the weapons and armor, so you don't have to think about it. You just make it like a normal Final Fantasy and remove the new interesting mechanic from it, right? I still don't think the job boards add much to the game. They might if you were like a super Final Fantasy 12 veteran and you played this game 100 times and anyone could technically grind to get the license to anything. Yeah, and you could just remember, oh, this character starts with access to this kind of weapon. I guess that would have to be a knowable thing, too, with the license boards, that it should know it's impossible for this character to ever equip this weapon, because that license just simply doesn't exist on their board, right? I'm trying to think if there's even a way to significantly, like, iterate on the license point system in a way that I think would work better. I think maybe having more of them be, you have to get them in sequential order would help a little bit. Like if I couldn't skip right to Katanas 4, and I had to unlock Katanas 3 first, But I guess at that point, then it's just a sphere grid where you have to unlock equipments. Right. Hey, Cunning, what's up?
No, my child.
Whoa.
I do not sleep. I dream. For reality and illusion
You could be
are a
doing both of
duality.
those things.
Two parts of a whole. Only the mirror of dreams reflects what is true.
Anastasis, Your Grace. I am
Lay
Ashelia.
down your words. Ashelia, daughter of Ramanas, I have dreamt your dream.
Lay down your
Who
words is such a
better to
nice way
carry
to say
on
shut the fuck up.
Damascan line than she who bears the Dawn Shard? Your dream of a kingdom restored is known to me.
Played it when it came out
Grand Kiltius,
15
then
years
give us
ago,
your
but
blessing.
I took like a week off
Grant
work
the
and
Lady
just played
Ash
it
an accession to
in a
the
rush and don't remember
This is
anything
something
from
you
it.
might
So
consider.
that's why I called it blind-ish.
My little emperor in waiting. You called and I have come.
This is the man I wanted you to meet. Believe it or not, he is a member of the noble house Margrace, rulers of the Rosarian Empire.
I am but one of very, very many. Try as I might, I could not stop this war alone. Thus, I came seeking Lars's assistance.
Like, I don't remember who this guy is, for example.
Alcide Margrace at your service. To think I stand before the Lady Ash, it is truly an honor.
The only thing that stuck with me about this game is something to do with the other
I
character
see
named
it is
Sid.
true after all.
I remember thinking that was
Stunning
cool.
is Dalmasca's desert bloom.
In Arcadia, Larsa. In Rosaria, Al-Cid. They dream not of war.
I think Al
Should
Cid exists
Empire
because of
join
the role of
with
the other
Empire?
Cid.
The way will open for a new Evilis in our time.
Grand Kiltias, you speak much of dreams, but in the real world, war is upon us.
Grand Kiltius, I was told my coming here would prevent this war. I was to assume my father's throne and announce the restoration of Dalmasca, treat with the Empire for peace, and persuade the Resistance to stay their hand. I have not come all this way to be asked to reconsider.
A word from you and the Resistance would stop cold, and Rosaria's pretext for joining the war scattered off to the four winds. This was what we had hoped. Alas, circumstances change. A full 2 years have passed since your reported death. Were it to become known you are still alive, I fear it could only worsen our current situation.
Because I am powerless to help.
Nay, in fact, it has little to do with you.
Then what?
Yeah, he kind of has this like
If Lady Ash were to
bravosy,
extend her hand in friendship, perhaps I could then persuade the
but his
Emperor.
accent sounds Slavic.
His Excellency will solve things peacefully.
The Emperor Gramis is no more. His life was taken.
Then he rolls his R's.
Father.
Guess you get a bunch of weird accents in this game that sound like they could be from multiple places, like Fran.
What possible cause could we have to lay hand on our Emperor?
A deception and an outrage. The Senate will not stand for this.
A viper amongst our senators?
With Chairman Gregoroth as its head. With what dignity remained him, he confessed to the poisoning and passed his own
A
sentence.
viper with many tails. Much of the Senate is culpable.
We had no choice but to strip the Senate of authority and
This
assign
scene is
powers of
happening really
autocracy to
fast.
myself until such time as order...
Spare me your lies! I see the serpent coiled here before me!
Trace, you speak too freely.
Zargabath! Do not tell me you join in this mama's farce!
Mummer's farce!
With Rosaria
Hey.
poised to invade at any moment. Our leader must have a free hand.
Some localizer was reading Song of Ice and Fire at the time.
The once great
Fixing
House
boiled leather,
Solidor
right?
is now reduced to myself and my dear
Lobster
brother
plate.
Larsa.
Surely you would not go
There's
so
a lot of that in
far.
Final Fantasy XIV as well. I'm pretty sure Koji Fox is a fan.
Vain Solidor! As Judge Magister and upholder of the law, I hereby place you under arrest.
You misunderstand. Vane did not make himself autocrat. It was the very Ministry of Law which you serve. Do you see it now, Drace? When you bared your sword at His Excellency, you bared your sword at the law.
You wear the mummer's motley well, Bergen.
Do we know, did Koji Fox have anything to do with the localization of this game or any of the Tactics, like, remakes? Or did this have a similar localization team to War of the Lions, the Tactics remake? That also has a lot of, like, George R.R. Martinisms.
Inhuman.
Because, like, the War of the Lions localization is great, and the original PS1
Zargabath,
localization is terrible.
Take the Alexander. You will accompany Bergen and bring Larsa back to me.
Sire. Your Excellency, Lord Larsa was placed under my charge.
Oh? Perhaps you mistook your orders, then. I can see no other explanation for why you were reporting and conjecturing on my doings to my late father.
Your Excellency.
A hound begging for scraps at the Emperor's table. Would you serve another master, hound? You may fulfill your duty as Judge Magister before us all. She has been tried and found guilty.
Your Excellency, I beg you reconsider.
Still wondering to what extent this game is like Raiders of the Lost Ark and the plot would have still happened if none of the protagonists existed. I guess they occasionally like deliver important artifacts places.
Live, Gabranth. Protect the young lord. Protect Larsa.
I think the guest characters have agency.
Forgive me.
Pray be quick.
Like all the shit that happened on the airship exploding kind of would have happened whether Ash was there or not. This is more of a setting story, though. Same with Final Fantasy Tactics. Ramza doesn't really, like... Things kind of happen to Ramza. There's a couple pivotal scenes where he, like, makes a choice.
Lives on.
Let us suppose you approach the Empire with a peaceful resolution. The late Emperor Gramis would have lent you his ear, that much is certain, but we are dealing with Vane Solidor. Should the princess return, he would claim her an impostor, or to tempt the resistance into battle. Vane wants this war, that much is certain.
I love Raiders of the Lost Ark. Great movie. It's just funny that like Indiana Jones didn't exist.
The dreams
same events would
have
have
told
occurred.
me thus. To reveal yourself would imperil us all. I see war, and Vane's name writ bold on history's page.
Arcadia's banners fly high. They are making ready for the coming war. According to our latest reports, the Western Armada prepares for war, under Vane's command, no less. The newly formed 12th Fleet has already been deployed. Oh yes, the Imperial First Fleet stands ready. They'll be underway as soon as the Odin's refit is complete. And there is more. The 2nd Caravan Expeditionary Force is being called in to replace the missing 8th, so there will be no gaps. The largest force ever seen.
And then, The Nethicite is the coup de grace. Grand Kiltius, your grace. I spoke to you of my succession. Let us put that aside. Should I become Queen of Dalmasca now, powerless as I am, I can protect nothing. With a greater power at my disposal, perhaps then.
It is the Nethicite.
Like he's kind of being a dick by insisting on communicating telepathically with everybody. Like, come on, dude.
To wield power against power.
Hey, there he goes.
Truly, the words of a human child.
I am descended from the Dynast King himself.
Indeed. Then you have but one choice. Seek you the other power Wraithwall left.
Does such a thing exist?
Journey across the Paramana Rift to the still shrine of Miriam. There rests the gift he entrusted to the Grand Kiltius of his time. Seek it out. The Sword of Kings can cut through Nethicite.
Oh hey, that was an Earthbound.
Why he would entrust the power to destroy Nethicite, the instrument of his greatness, to another and not to his own progeny, I cannot say. Awaken Shelia Benagan and take up your sword, or your dream will remain but a dream.
You'd have to farm. Yeah.
My dream too fades.
I've done exactly one playthrough of Earthbound where I got all the 1 in 128, 256 drops. Bye, Larsa. Now it would be folly to do any side questing or hunting. Just an odd. I wonder if at some point during development they intended for you to always have a guest character like Final Fantasy II. We can get the Sword of Kings and the Still Shrine of Miriam. Okay. Earthbound is a better game if you don't know the Sword of Kings exists. Yeah, I completely agree. But everybody, if you bought the game or you rented it at Blockbuster and nobody had lost it or destroyed it yet, you had the strategy guide that came with it, so it told you. Now, I actually never checked this, but the strategy guide said that there's like a limited number of Krakens you can fight in the Sea of Eden before the Ness's Nightmare battle, and the strategy guide says that those Krakens drop the ultimate bat, the Gutsy bat. But I think that might be wrong, and it might be the Krakens that spawn in the final dungeon. But I know that as a kid, I would like, because there's a limited number of Krakens. After you kill the 3 of them, they don't spawn anymore. And it's like a really long walk to get there from the previous save point. So I made that run many times, hoping to get that drop. For no reason. So if I understood correctly, they said I can go there from about this way. 600 gil? Capitalism rears its ugly head again. Oh, maybe it's that door down there. Okay. Are Gisal greens new to Zodiac Age? I just asked because they're like an important vendor trash item. And Teleport Stone's also a useful vendor trash item. Where they're not just like wild chocobos standing around in the base game. This is not where we want to be. Right, Still Shrine of Miriam is not there. That area looks like a zone in Final Fantasy 11. I'm trying to remember the name of it. It was one of the final zones before the Rise of the Zillard expansion. They are in the original 12. Interesting, and they were still a vendor trash item? That's kind of surprising. Oh, it's probably down. It must be, yeah. Like, well, I guess where else would you put them where you could buy multiple copies of them? Just sell back 33 of them, really. That's another thing that I think would improve this game's bazaar system if those recipes weren't completely hidden. If you could go to the bazaar and it was like, people are looking for these items, you know? But also you could just still sell everything and then eventually they pop up whether you look at that list or not. I hear you can find this item here. Quintania, A. I love when in some, like, Final Fantasies an enemy name is, like, really fucking important and other one's just, like, a rando. Just run into, like, a random, like, small lizard named Bahamut or something. And speaking of which, Garuda, random bird. What does eggy mean? That's a word that comes up in Final Fantasy 14 for like the mini summons, right? Quintania in 14 is a rando. I think Quintania was an earlier, like, Final Fantasy mini boss. Hold on. Recurring enemy. First appearance in Final Fantasy 5. Yeah. Sucks not having Larsa. It's a pretty important boss in 5. This 14's the only other one. Okay. I thought it was in more games than that. No frame drops showing in OBS at the moment. Is Revive an ability that I just found? What? Oh my god. The chests in this game, they make me want to die. So this shows whether someone's unlocked the ability but not whether it's on their board. Oh, but this is you die to revive somebody else. If there was like a little sound effect or the chest looked a little bit different or when you picked up the item there was like a different color of text to be like, hey, that was special, that was not a procedurally generated thing. Spooky skeleton. Uses Eggy to mean mini. Because you don't really summon. That was a cool thing in Final Fantasy 11 is that summoners would actually summon like the full Aeon or Esper or whatever they call it in 11. Because you can build up to summoning more interesting stuff the way summoners laid out now. I still kind of wish they would like split summoners mechanics into a new class and like try to redo summoner from scratch so it feels like it's a Final Fantasy summoner and not a weird pet warlock. I understand how that happened. It's kind of a relic of iteration. Probably shouldn't be connected to Arcanist at all. That should all be scholar stuff. Surrey is cool. Pretty sudden change there. Google image search Eggy and katakana turns up a bunch of pictures of fishing lures. It's fun. Tourmaline ring. What does that do? Does that matter somehow? Immune to poison and sap. Okay. Keep that in mind if a bunch of enemies here poison you. Yeah, well, I think the problem was, like, Arcanist existed before Summoner as a job was appended on top of it, right? It's like the original creator of Final Fantasy XIV seemed to kind of, like, hate Final Fantasy and was, like, being obstinate and, like, calling the classes, like, Pugilist and Thaumaturge instead of, you know, Monk and Black Mage. And so Arcanist makes sense as, like a Warlock-type dot-focused class. And then once you add jobs, you want to add Summoner because it's, you know, it's classic Final Fantasy. You can't really append it onto Thaumaturge because that's already pretty clearly Black Mage, right? So you throw it onto Arcanist, and now it has all these weird, like, tonally inconsistent dot abilities. Is that an accessory or a chess piece? I think I had one already. Automatically counter. It's probably not going to compete with stuff that gives me extra license points and XP, which is a bummer. I don't think I'm ever going to be able to take these off until the game is basically over, or if I'm really struggling with a boss fight or something. Is there an easy place that I can get a third golden amulet? I don't really care about the people not in my party right now, but... Really? Man, I have project manager vision, I'm telling you. I have called so many things that Yoshi P eventually just did. That he slowly worked toward, or the team slowly worked toward over expansions. It's like you have this wonderful castle that's built on a foundation of sand, and Yoshi P has gone about the difficult project of continuing to support that castle and then going in and slowly replacing the foundation, patch to patch and expansion to expansion, in a way that won't cause the whole thing to collapse. It's quite brilliant, actually. What does that say? Relic held this pedestal embrace. I don't have a relic. I wish Japan wasn't so, like, protective of, you know, industry insider information. I know we got a pretty decent no-clip documentary out of, like, the 1.0 to Yoshi P's story, but that's... seems like that doesn't really come from Square directly a lot of the time. You'll get some comments from Koji Fox or a couple things from Yoshi P, but I'd really like them to document, like, what exactly has happened with that game and what the plans have been internally. It's also something I'd like to see with something like Smash Brothers, right? Like, there's this really interesting story to tell about how they secure all these IPs and how they decide on which games to include, which ones are actionable or not. But I don't think that Nintendo will ever open up about it even though it would look very good for them. I feel like Final Fantasy 14 should be like a case study in games project management. At the Sight Bearer, Embracer of Dawn's Light, I summon you. Device remains asleep. Okay, maybe I can touch the other one then. Can't see any other exits from this room, right? Doesn't look like it. Got a bat. Oh, is this one of those I have to interact with it? Oh, I can't do anything with it yet. Maybe not. Maybe we just get zombies every time. There's nothing else in this room, right? Both of these doors are blocked. We can get the Sword of Kings and the Still Shrine of Miriam. I was like, did I happen to wander to the wrong zone, maybe? Don't think so. In time of strife, the Treaty Seeker, these doors... Doors to unbar. Alright, so there's 2 locked doors that have a puzzle. There's 2 locked devices that have a puzzle. And as far as I can tell, no other items or rooms that I can go to. Feel free to correct me if I'm wrong about that. There's somewhere in this or a previous room that I need to go to progress. I've had this problem with a couple other dungeons, like, usually I don't struggle too much with Final Fantasy dungeon puzzles, but... Do equip a specific item? Does it have to specifically go on Ash? Need to come up with a term that means like puzzle that suddenly involves you interacting with a system that the game had previously led you to believe would not ever be involved in puzzle solving, like equipping an item. Right. So to equip, I guess it mentions the Dawn Shard, but I figured me just having it would matter. That's... Right. See, and I like it in La Mulana. I was going to call it a La Mulana e-puzzle, but in La Mulana the game exists to cause you to expect shenanigans and bullshit like that. So it's extra surprising when a game that doesn't lead you to think that it's going to have any cool puzzles like that just suddenly has one. Is it like a different door or something? This is the one that says, Net the Sight Bearer, Embracer of Dawn's Light, I summon you. 10-2, you have to push everyone into the elevator. Yeah. 10-2 is full of shit like that, where it's like, what? I'm supposed to do what? The game has not given me any kind of... Treaty Seeker, relic held this pedestal embrace. Oh, the other one really made it sound more like the Dawn Shard to be relevant there. That's cool. Like, I don't hate the idea of a puzzle like that. In fact, I really like it. But it's surprising. I think games are like constantly conditioning you to believe the systems work in certain ways. I think a sign of a really great game is one that conditions you in that way and then finds ways to subvert it that aren't confusing but fun, where you go, ah, I see what you did there. You got me, motherfucker. So the difference between an intentional, like, signposted subversion versus, like, just something that's just a surprise. Countdown. That's a Technic. I'm kind of underwhelmed by the Technics in this game. Maybe it's because they're able to be used as much as you like, so they had to kind of nerf them. Maybe they do have some really interesting, like, corner case applications. How is Countdown different than Doom? Because Doom is also a thing in this game, isn't it? I need to just punch this thing so that she stops stealing it. Usually gravity is helping me there. They're immune to it, unfortunately. The vault that doesn't have an eyeball, it's exactly what I'm talking about, yeah. Yeah, I love... That's... You talk about how some ideas in game design are the same idea across multiple games. I think that's the exact same puzzle as the one really early in Baba Is You, where it doesn't state wall is stop, but you've been trained to assume that it does by the past 5 levels. I love that. It always brings me joy. I think that's what I mean when I say, like, an intentional subversion that makes you go, ah, I see what you did there, motherfucker. As opposed to, what the fuck, how the hell was I supposed to know that, right? Like, I'm really liking Riven so far. We had a really satisfying puzzle in Riven yesterday. But that door puzzle was definitely one of those, god damn it. What was my clue supposed to be, right? Relic held this pedestal embrace. Alright. I still don't know if her unarmed DPS is any good right now. I guess I could just equip her with a weapon to see if it does more, but... Should maybe switch her golden amulet with the XP one, because I think it makes it scale better with a higher character level she is. How many ethers am I down to after all this running around? Oh, I've only used 2 automatically. Okay. Is there a sort button? Auto sort, thank you. Should have done that a really long time ago. For some reason I assumed sorting was just going to be happening automatically anyway. Very much like to get to a story boss fight, so I have a thumbnail for this episode. I think they added a sprite for every... Oh, green crystal. Oh, that's cool. See, like, that's cool. I like that one. On. I think Final Fantasy Record Keeper has a sprite for every boss in this game, even though, like, palette swaps. That's like the fake door in Mario 2 USA, the one that's a boss. These guys aren't called Dullahans. It's rude. Are there any bosses or hunts in the game that are weak against Countdown? Like, even one? Oh, Suit of Demon Mail. That's, well, I don't think anyone can equip it, but it's still kind of neat. I also don't even know if people, like, could equip it. Possibly. Ashcan. Pretty nice upgrade. Few more license board shenanigans here. I wanted to get this huge HP upgrade. Okay, Flame Purge. Going for swiftness and channeling down here. There's 2 swiftness steps. Yeah. Creation of status effects. Which, does that affect the duration of haste? Or is that's only the effect of positive buffs received on that character, is that right? Stamp seems like it could be a useful ability. Oh, hey, Stega. Yeah, whenever that comes up. And Reflectga. Let's see. Gambit slots. Here's our swiftness. That's what we live for here. There's another swiftness there. I can't get to yet. And I'm going to save up for the comical hit points increase. My White Mage will be my tankiest character, health-wise. Powerful magics bind the door. Guardians thee I trust, that the word ye may pass, all others be shunned. Am I worthy? Was the puzzle in that one just kill all the enemies out here? See, that's the kind of puzzle I would expect from 12. Magic's stir when the So does this mean that these doors are open now? Try the other side. Hooray! He is a specific type of lure for catching squids. A bait tree. I like the I like the characters for that. Don't think that's what Yoshi P was going for. Boom. These were the guys that died fast enough such that the oil status didn't matter, except sometimes it did. Sometimes I would go into a part of the cave that had a version of the enemy that was 2 levels higher, and so it was able to blow me up before I could kill it. I think is what happens. I have used gravity more in this game than any other Final Fantasy, and it's quite nice. Imagine those things can ruin my day pretty fast. Ruby ring. Ah, okay. That might matter for like a specific hunt or something. Scorpio Gem. Are the Zodiac gems like just particularly rare drops from most enemies or specific enemies? I assume they're never commonly found. Stone Brave. Guardians 3. It's a good thing Larsa's not here. Rotate the statue. Face the blade. That's right. feel like if you wanted to make the Gambit puzzle game that I keep talking about, inspired by this system, maybe even just inspired by Final Fantasy JRPG combat in general, it would only work if it was a perfect information game, where like before you got into a boss fight, they gave you a chance to set up your gambits. They told you these are the status effects it's immune to, these are the attacks that it has, right? Like, I feel like it could probably be turn-based and have like a fast-forward auto battle system similar to like Bravely Default. I guess much like MMOs, this game is also basically turn-based. It's just that it simulates not letting you run around. Yay! 17 chain, because there's only zombies down here. There's a lot that confuses me about this game's design, but the chain system is probably number one. Yeah, Dragon Age Origins is inspired by this one. Basically, you program your party members. You say, first priority if a party member is below 20% health, cast Kiraga on them. Second priority, if a party member is dead, use a Phoenix Down on them, and so on. So the game is basically playing itself right now, but it's based on the way that I've programmed them to play. Like I've told Ash here, the character I'm controlling, that if an enemy has greater than 90% health, to try casting Gravity on them, which reduces their health by a percentage of their current health. So it does the most damage to them when they're close to full health. Oh, really? So it allows for some abilities that don't get a lot of usage in Final Fantasy games otherwise. Ninja Sword, which is not the same thing as... okay. Makes sense. I wonder what, if you made this hypothetical Gambit puzzle game, like, I wonder what a good party size would be. I feel like 3 is almost too few characters to be as interesting as this could be. But also I'm guessing with the way combat works, so it might be like a performance thing that you can't have more than 3 out at a time. The other clockwise. Wait, do I not get another chance to rotate it? Okay, here we go. The blade is the room to the north. Oops. I feel like you could basically just completely rip... You could rip off everything from Final Fantasy. They can't copyright math, right? And like all the status effects and abilities in Final Fantasy are just math. As long as you don't call it Asuna, right? Actually makes me curious, like what what does Final Fantasy even claim as part of their IP when it comes to like ability names, right? So you're not gonna get away with fire. You'll probably get away with Firaga. This guy's pretty cool looking. Oh, is this like an Esper? Wait, no, this is a regular battle music. Never mind. Got a thumbnail! Magnetic field, what's doing what, it said? Something about a magnetic field. I love when games do that. First game I can recall breaking the monitor was Battletoads from the NES. Freaked me out as a kid. Yeah, see, and like, to me this is a problem. Like, when your game is structured in such a way that in order to handle the side content, you necessarily have to get your party to a point where the main content dies instantly. Right, when all of your like cutscenes and like mechanical focus and storytelling is built around the main story enemies, to me it is a bad thing that you walk in and you one-shot Sephiroth with Knights of the Round, right? It's a bad interaction between side and main content. As much as I like, you know, collecting everything in Final Fantasy VII, it's bad that people haven't heard all of the Dancing Mad song from FF6 because they one-shot Kefka. They just spam cast Ultima on him. Your metallic equipment grows heavy. Oh yeah, FF4. That's the entire game in Xenoblade. Yeah. Look at all this side content we encourage you to do. I promise if you touch any of it, it's going to break the entire main game. The main game's math does not respect your decision to engage with this side content at all. Reduce MP cost by half. Motherfucker. Ugh. I can never take off the golden amulets and embroidered tippets. Maybe I will if I get to a hard hunt or something and I'm just losing. Fallout 3 has the same problem. Yeah. I think that's probably really significant. Like, I think I like open world games where doing side content gives you more options or makes things more interesting, but doesn't just break the game. Doesn't just cause it to become degenerate. So maybe they don't need to face that way? Unless if it's already facing it right, and I'm not supposed to adjust that one. Alright, let me go back in that room and see what happens. I thought they all had to face the center room, but maybe not. Yeah, this is the big sword, right? So... I guess I maybe still have to interact with it even if it's already facing the sword. Am I understanding this puzzle correctly? My understanding was all of the statues have to face the sword guy in the center. White Moose, and also some boss that I didn't even see the name of because it died so fast. Yeah. Wait, maybe I'm confused. Oh, he is facing the wrong way. Okay, it was the direction I was facing when I came in. Tries to scale everything at the player. Yeah, for sure. I think I generally dislike level scaling. What I don't dislike is being downscaled. I think that's cool. I like when you go into a zone and it like artificially deflates your stats or your capabilities. I've played scarce few games that have done that really well though, or done that in a way that's enduring for future updates to it, right? So level syncing in Final Fantasy XIV gets worse the further back you go, because there's been fundamental changes to the math that level syncing can adjust that turn really old dungeons into face roll. I guess probably most players psychologically feel like having the enemies scaled up to them feels better than them being scaled down to the enemies, but it was probably my favorite thing about Final Fantasy XI that, you know, when they would release a new expansion, the new expansion might have 5 new dungeons in it. The first dungeon would almost always be like level 25, and you would get scaled down to level 25 to go in there, and like gear that mattered at level 25 continued to matter at level 25. It was annoying to have to hold on to all this stuff, but side content made you stronger. Yeah, not overwhelmingly so. I like Sekiro's approach as well. A little bit of extra health, a little bit of extra damage. I think I have this puzzle right, but wait, did I not face the... I must have made the exact same mistake on the bottom one. That I was assuming it's facing based on the map, maybe, instead of looking at the way my character was actually facing. Alright, I'll go fix it. At least it puts the arrow on there, that's helpful. Which way is it facing right now? It needs to be facing up, so it's got to go counterclockwise. I'm tired of fighting dragons. Yeah. I wish I could articulate better what I don't like about Skyrim. I think I'm mostly being unfair to Skyrim because I'm coming at it after it's been out for years and was super influential and the like, but also I promise I'm not trying to be a contrarian. Like, everybody loves Skyrim. I'm the one dick who is going against the grain on it. I generally go pretty closely with the grain. If everybody loves something, I usually love it too. But something about it just... something about the like basic structure of the game irks me. Maybe I'll try to think on it more. I feel the exact same way about Fallout 3. Like, those are basically the same game to me. Probably gonna end up coming down to understanding why I feel like great about something like Breath of the Wild. Maybe part of it is that, like, for me in Breath of the Wild, it doesn't matter that ultimately when you go to Hyrule Castle, it's kind of anticlimactic. Like, the build-up before you know that Hyrule Castle is going to be anticlimactic, it's just there on the horizon constantly. You could choose to go there whenever, right? Like, it's not this thing that's part of this weird disconnected mystery quest. You're a fan of Elder Scrolls, but not Skyrim. Yeah, Nordic Zombie Dungeon number 5. Exactly. quest design is probably it, yeah. It's like, basically these are the same, except they have different dialogue. But you're not having me do something novel. I'm not having to like cast a unique spell or... And I think with Fallout, a big part of it is that, okay, you're giving me 7 ways to do this. You're saying that I could pick the lock, or I could hack the computer, or I could kill the NPC that drops the key. But by doing that, it kind of like devalues all of those paths for me. Which I have to think about, why is that different from Breath of the Wild, where I could go into the shrine and drop 10 apples on a switch, right? And completely subvert the intended solution path. And that feels great to me. I love doing that. I honestly don't know what to do here. Does the map say? Still says, still Shrine of Miriam. It said the Colossus changed, but I don't think I've ever been down by where the Colossus is, have I? Let me try going down the stairs here. Modded to the point of non-recognition. Yeah. I will ask for help here. I faced the statues at the Colossus. It says that I did the right thing, that the Colossus is adjusted, but there doesn't seem to be an interactable or cutscene in that room. I have no idea what to do. You won't uninstall because it's such a pain in the ass to mod. That's funny. I'll Google it here in a second. I guess I could try using the warp again. But I don't think that goes anywhere interesting. In this room straight to the south. Oh, this is what it was. Okay, I had to warp back. I guess I'll take this save point. We're about at time here, but I might go over a little bit to get through whatever the next cutscene is. I guess we were talking about games that have side content where like you're heavily encouraged to interface with the side content, but then interfacing with the side content breaks the main content. I guess a game that's not that is Final Fantasy X-2, that is so presumptuous that you're going to play it as a completionist that the final bosses are just stupid and make no sense, because you're supposed to go in there and one-shot them, but if you actually fight them as bosses, their mechanics make no sense. Oh, what makes this AFK farming? Do the golems just keep respawning or something? Yeah, I like the Diablo 3 approach, where you can kind of feel the relationship between you to the game math and be like, okay, I'm gonna up the difficulty. I'll take on more risk in the exchange for better loot chances, right? I played a couple games that'll do a risk thing like that. Gloomhaven, the board game, does that really well. I should play the digital version of that at some point. Where basically, like, combats all have an inherent time limit because you're losing your actions every round, and once you completely run out of actions, it's game over. So you're fighting enemies on the board, and there's also loot that you can pick up, but picking up loot is always like an opportunity cost decision if you choose to loot a chest. Oh hey, I recognize this. This is a... Yeah, this is a boss in Final Fantasy 14. It's one of the Espers. Was Mateus in Final Fantasy 12? There's like a different set of Zodiac Espers in 12. Or, I'm sorry, Mateus is obviously in Final Fantasy 12. I'm playing that. Final Fantasy Tactics is what I meant to say. Is Mateus in Tactics? Because there's a different set of Espers in Tactics as 12, or there's some overlap between them. It's like, aren't all of the Ascians in Final Fantasy 14 named after Zodiac gods from Tactics? Am I making that up? Ultima Cthulhu. I thought Elias was in there. I thought that was the one that the one asshole turns into, and it's a really hard fight. You start with Ramza only. I should be setting up Drain more, I think. Oh, Reflect is bad. I want sleep immunity for this. Zodiac was a summon. Stop putting me to sleep. I think we're just spinning our wheels right now, spamming Cure. I think I'm gonna need sleep immunity for this to not be annoying. Can I change their gear mid-combat? I need to sleep. Nishijin belt. Anything that gives me sleep and other things? No. Reduce XP earned to 0. Cool. Need sleep immunity IRL. Yeah. Time Mage ends up getting more swiftness nodes than any other class, which I guess makes sense. But it's kind of crazy, since I think it affects everything else. Just like original FF6, where I can equip this to remove the status effect. I wonder if I can dispel Reflect. Yes. Just immune to fire, or oh wait, no, it recasts almost immediately. I have insomnia problems. I just can't sleep very well ever, unfortunately. You can see how much health they have. I don't know anything about this boss, unfortunately. Libra doesn't work at all. Let me try turning some shit off here. Actually looking at lightning. The ads are finally dying. I don't know if the boss can summon an unlimited number of ads or not. Really gotta get put it as a gambit, right? I could say foe status equals reflect dispel. Alright, this is what we want. See, that was kind of cool. I kind of had to, like, program my way through the fight. Oh, I'm gonna die to Blizzaja here, though. Just one-shot us. Hey, we didn't die immediately. That's exciting. Does she have some kind of I'm almost dead and now I hit like a truck effect too? Super annoying. Oh, now we're gonna die. I wish it was like conveyed in some way, like their health bar flashed or they had some kind of like crazy visual effect. And now we're dead for sure. I'm gonna turn the speed down here and just try to do something else, I guess. Wasted an X potion. nausea is about to be real bad. Shell might help a little bit. Really? Stop dying. Gosh darn it. Stop removing reflect from yourself. Guess I'm getting her to waste time by recasting it each time. Hey, I was worried I was gonna lose there. That's probably a better thumbnail, but a much more interesting boss. Okay, so there's like a bunch of Zodiac gods in Final Fantasy Tactics, right? Most of them don't appear in the game. Like Elidibus and La Habrea, those are all originally in Tactics. Made more confusing by the original PS1 localization, not getting those names consistent, I think. Mateus the Corrupt. Go team. That was a cool boss fight. Let's open the chests in this room. I was really gonna crack up if one of the chests was just the Sword of Kings. Like, it didn't even look special at all. Actually, I'm probably gonna get a bunch of cutscenes if I go through the south door. So let me go to the save point. Future Marstead, you just gotta finish this dungeon, so go down to the south door. Edelysian Espers is the Asian Council. Cool. I'm liking these harder fights. Like, I know the White Moose was annoying, and that was annoying, but it's fun to just kind of like make it work with the janky build that I have. I'm gonna try to... I definitely prefer the fights that I don't just win trivially, on the whole. And we'll be back next week.